And with only one step left, I was already getting really close to having my finished iron-based catalyst, and so far, I'd basically run into no real problems. I mean, that was until I weighed it, and I saw that what I'd made was only 1.8 grams, which was way less than I ever imagined I would get from this, especially because I had already scaled up this reaction by 6 times. The final step wasn't going to add any real mass to this either, which meant that 1.8 grams was the max that I was going to get, and this was more than just a little concerning. This was because, based on my calculations, I was going to need at least 25 grams of it to make ethanol at a decent rate, and to get that, I would apparently have to repeat the entire process 13 more times. And considering that what I had just done had taken about 5 days, I was potentially looking at up to 65 days of work. Just thinking about that kind of hurt my head though, and at this point, I was extremely tempted to just quit on this catalyst. However, at the same time, I still felt that there was some hope, and after thinking about it for a bit, I was pretty convinced that all I had to do to get through this was just scale things up even more. From what I could tell, there was also only one major bottleneck that was stopping me from doing this, which was the stainless steel pressure chamber, and it seemed like all I had to do was buy a massive one. So I just hopped onto Alibaba, and after searching around for a bit, I ended up buying this one, which was the biggest one that I could get before the price skyrocketed and became completely unreasonable. Then, when it eventually arrived a few weeks later, I just jumped right back into things by basically doing the exact same process all over again, except on a much bigger scale. At the beginning, everything also seemed to go totally fine, and with step one, the only issues that I ran into were some slightly annoying things. Like the fact that the new reactor was way heavier than the other one, And once it was loaded up with the entire reaction mixture, it weighed around 80 pounds. This made it a pretty painful process to get it both in and out of the oven and to move it around in general, and I even had to reinforce the rails in the oven to prevent them from breaking. On top of that, having to deal with so much more product made the centrifuging and cleaning steps a lot more tedious, and I ended up having to get my rotovap going just to deal with all of the extra solvent. However, all of that turned out to be very pleasant compared to what came next, with step 2, when I realized that I'd somehow completely forgotten that I could only load one boat at a time into my tube furnace. This meant that the whole process still had one major bottleneck, and I have no idea how this completely slipped my mind. Regardless of that, though, I ended up deciding to just power through it instead of trying to buy a bigger tube furnace or something, and let's just say that it was pretty painful. This was because, with one boat at a time, I ended up having to repeat the process 14 times, and considering that each run took a full day, this was basically all I did for 2 weeks. What also made things extra fun was that at the same time, I had to keep repeating step 1 so that I would have moths ready to continually load into the oven, and pretty much the entire time that I was doing this, I was kind of wishing that I had just given up. But either way, in the end, when I did eventually finish, the final result was 4 separate jars with about 6 grams of iron at carbon in each one, and at this point, I was honestly so beyond done with this process. However, on the bright side, in total, I somehow ended up with exactly 25 grams, which was suspiciously convenient, and now, with step 2 officially completed, I was super close to finally being done with this catalyst. As far as I could tell, it also seemed like the last step was actually going to be really easy because I just had to add some sodium ions to what I already had, and according to the paper, all I had to do was a process called wetness impregnation. The only slightly tricky part was that I had honestly never heard of that before, and when I Googled it, I was only able to find very general information about it, but not exactly how to do it. After looking around forever, though, and watching every random video that I could find, I eventually felt that I knew how to do it myself. So I just went ahead and got started by getting that first small batch that I'd made and by dumping it all into a bowl. And on top of this, I quickly added all of the stuff that I had in the jars, which altogether now gave me a total of 26.8 grams. And after stirring it around a lot to make sure that it was fully mixed, I transferred a small amount of it to a dish. I then very slowly and dropwise started adding a solution of ethanol in water, and the goal here was pretty simple. All I had to do was carefully add the solution with a lot of mixing in between the addition of ethanol in water, and the goal here was pretty simple. All I had to do was carefully add the solution with a lot of mixing in between the additions, and to go just until the point that it started clumping. Because at this point, it would mean that the powder was at its limit of what it could absorb, and when I eventually saw this happening, I wrote down exactly how much liquid was used. Then after this, just until the point, the goal here was pretty simple. All I had to do was carefully add the solution with a lot of mixing in between the additions, and to go just until the point that it started clumping. Because at this point, it would mean that the powder was at its limit of what it could absorb, and when I eventually saw this happening, I wrote down exactly how much liquid was used. Then after that, I repeated this 2 more times, with each run giving me a ratio of liquid to powder, and after averaging things, I found that the ideal quantity was 1 milliliter of liquid to 0.293 grams of the catalyst. With this in mind, I was also able to calculate that I would need exactly 87 milliliters of the ethanol solution to perfectly coat all of the catalyst that was still in the bowl, and I added that amount to the beaker. Then into this, I added 1.16 grams of sodium carbonate, which would serve as my source of sodium ions, and once it all eventually dissolved, I went back over to the powder, and I quickly ground it to a dust. I then started to dropwise add the solution that I had just made, with a lot of stirring in between, and the goal now was to basically add everything and to coat the catalyst as evenly as possible. The key here, though, was that in doing so, all of the sodium carbonate that I had added would get perfectly distributed throughout the powder. I'd also specifically used 1.16 grams of the sodium carbonate because I had calculated that this was exactly how much I would need to get a final catalyst that was 2% sodium by weight, which, according to the paper, was the ideal amount. But anyway, when I was eventually done, it was looking a bit more wet than I would have liked, except I felt that this was fine, and I quickly dried it by putting it in my vacuum oven. Then, when I took it out a few days later, what I had was a super nice and dark powder, which in theory was the 2% sodium iron carbon catalyst that I was hoping for. The What I had was a super nice that this was fine, and I quickly dried it by putting it in my vacuum oven. Then, when I took it out a few days later, what I had was a super nice and dark powder, which in theory was the 2% sodium iron carbon catalyst that I was hoping for. And now, after working on it for nearly 4 months, I was finally done. At this point, I was also so beyond tired of this catalyst and this project in general that I ended up working on some other stuff for a week just to clear my mind. After that, though, I felt that I was ready to jump back into things and to make the second catalyst, which at least initially seemed like it was going to be roughly 1,000 times easier. Because as far as I could tell, the whole process was somewhat similar, except way more straightforward, and the basic idea was to first make the so-called CZA precursor, then roast it to make the proper CZA catalyst, and then after that, add some potassium ions to make the final 5% potassium CZA. The only slightly tricky part was that for some reason, the procedure in the paper was missing some fundamental key details like concentrations and amounts, which definitely wasn't ideal. However, after doing a lot of research and after reading every single similar procedure that I could find, I was eventually able to come up with my own numbers, and I was at least pretty sure they would work. So, with these numbers in mind, I just went ahead and got started by first adding a bit over half a liter of distilled water to a large beaker, followed by 71.04 grams of copper nitrate. This almost immediately caused a lot of the water to turn a really nice blue color, and I quickly followed this up with 35.1 grams of zinc nitrate and 22.06 grams of aluminum nitrate. By first adding every single similar procedure that I could find, I was eventually able to come up with my own numbers, and I was at least pretty sure they would work. So, with these numbers in mind, I just went ahead and got started by first adding a bit over half a liter of distilled water to a large beaker, followed by 71.04 grams of copper nitrate. This almost immediately caused a lot of the water to turn a really nice blue color, and I quickly followed this. With these numbers in mind, I just went ahead and got started by first adding a bit over half a liter of distilled water to a large beaker, followed by 71.04 grams. Mind, I just went ahead and got started by first adding a bit over half a liter of distilled water to a large beaker, followed by 71.04 grams of copper nitrate. This almost immediately caused a lot of the water to turn a really nice blue color, and I quickly followed this up with 35.1 grams of zinc nitrate and 22.06 grams of aluminum nitrate. With all of these nitrate salts added, I then turned on the stirring to help dissolve everything, and when it all eventually disappeared, I dumped in the last ingredient, which was urea, and I added 180.18 grams. Just like all of the other stuff that I had added, this also dissolved relatively quickly, and when it was all eventually gone, I poured in some more water to bring it up to 2 liters. This then finally left me with a nice blue solution that contained a very specific concentration of urea and nitrate ions, and where the ratio of copper to zinc to aluminum was 5 to 2 to 1, and apparently, all of this was super important for how the final catalyst would turn out. I should say though that up until now, no reaction had happened yet, and to actually get things going, I was gonna have to heat it up. So that's what I did next. Just like all of the other stuff that I had added, this also dissolved relatively quickly, and when it was all eventually gone, I poured in some more water to bring it up to 2 liters. This then finally left me with a nice blue solution that contained a very specific concentration of urea and nitrate ions, and where the ratio of copper to zinc to aluminum was 5 to 2 to 1, and apparently, all of this was super important for how the final catalyst would turn out. I should say though that up until now, no reaction had happened yet, and to actually get things going, I was gonna have to heat it up. So that's what I did next by turning on the hot plate, and at the same time, I carefully watched it as the temperature slowly rose, and when it eventually got up to around 60°C, it didn't look like there was much of a difference. However, at least in theory, the urea should have been starting to break down into ammonia and CO2 gas, with the ammonia causing the solution to slowly get more and more basic. Then, as the solution continued heating up, the rate of urea breakdown was supposed to increase as well, And at least based on the amount of bubbling that I saw, that definitely seemed to be happening. What I thought was much more interesting, though, was that when it eventually got to 95C, the solution started becoming cloudy, and this was because it was at this point that the catalyst was starting to form. More specifically, the metal nitrates that I'd added were now starting to be affected by the pH, which was causing them to slowly turn into various hydroxides and hydroxycarbonates that were no longer soluble in the water. This in turn was causing them to slowly precipitate together as a very intimate mixture of copper, zinc, and aluminum, and with a very specific ratio of 5 to 2 to 1. And at least so far, everything seemed to be going exactly as planned. But anyway, at this point, I basically just had to keep heating it like this for a couple of hours, which should have been enough time for pretty much all of the metals to get knocked out. During this time, the color also seemed to change quite a bit, which I assumed was good, and when it was eventually done, 2 hours later, I was pretty happy with how things were going. With the main reaction now done, though, what I had to do next, according to the paper, was age it for 24 hours, and in my experience, this usually meant to just leave it how it was. However, at least based on what I'd seen in other similar procedures, that wasn't always the case, and what really didn't help was that there was absolutely no further information about any of this anywhere in the paper. So I kind of just ended up doing what I felt would work, and by that, I mean that I decided to leave it stirring, but to knock the temperature down to 65°C. I then just let it sit there, and over the next several hours, all I did was occasionally add water to it, and for the most part, it seemed like things were going okay, except for some reason, I just couldn't shake the feeling that I was doing something wrong. So, out of pure anxiety, I ended up reluctantly emailing the author again, which I really didn't want to do, because I had already pestered him with way too many questions. However, I'm glad that I did, because it turned out that everything that I was doing was totally wrong, and he basically told me to do the complete opposite. More specifically, I was apparently supposed to keep it at the same temperature of around 95°C, and I was supposed to completely stop the stirring, which he said was important for catalyst particle size. So apparently, everything that I decided to do was wrong, and now everything that I had in this beaker was just a bunch of trash, and this was pretty disappointing. But that's just kind of how it goes with chemistry sometimes, and what I did next was the only thing that I could do, which was just restart by first getting rid of this entire reaction. Then after that, I basically redid everything that I'd just done, except this time, after heating it for the 2 hours, I transferred the entire thing to my sous vide, which was normally meant to cook things like steaks. In this case, though, I felt that it was perfect for what I had to do, and it should have had no problem holding the reaction at a near perfect 95°C. On top of that, with the lid, it also should have been able to drop the water loss to almost zero, and this was amazing because it meant that I wouldn't have to constantly come back to add extra water. But with that being said, all I had to do now was basically wait, and when I came back to it 24 hours later, it at least seemed like the aging process had made a difference. I mean, all of the solid stuff definitely looked different, and the solution was a darker blue color, and as far as I could tell, this was exactly what I was hoping for. At this point, I was also officially done aging it, so what I did next was quickly pull the beaker out of the sous vide. I then started pouring it all into a vacuum filter, and I was doing this to separate out all of the solid stuff and to get rid of the nice blue liquid, which was unfortunately just trash. When it was all eventually gone, though, all that I was left with was a little green puck that should have been my crude catalyst precursor. However, right now it was still a bit dirty, and I was gonna have to clean it up, so I did that by washing it a few times with distilled water, and after that, I transferred it to a vacuum chamber. Then, as it sat there, it slowly dried up, and when I eventually took it out a few days later, this was what I was left with, which was a beautiful chunk of nice and crunchy powder. At this point, I was also officially done step one, which I was really happy about, and so far, despite having to completely restart, this process was already way easier than the other one. With that being said, though, what I had to do next was move on to step two, which, as I mentioned earlier, was a roasting step, and I was a bit worried that it would end up being just as painful as the pyrolysis one. However, long story short, that was not at all the case, and it was probably the easiest thing that I had to do for this entire project. Because unlike with the pyrolysis, I was able to do it with air present, and I didn't need any specialized stuff like a tube furnace or nitrogen gas. All I had to do was load it into this little tabletop furnace and to slowly heat it to 350°C, and during this time, all of the powder would slowly decompose. More specifically, all I had to do was load it into this little tabletop furnace and to slowly heat it to 350°C, and during this time, all of the powder would slowly decompose. More specifically, all of the metal hydroxides and hydroxycarbonates would slowly break down, releasing water and CO2 gas, and leaving behind a mixture of copper oxide, zinc oxide, and aluminum oxide, which was my proper CZA catalyst. This also caused the powder to turn completely black, which was exactly what I wanted, and after leaving it overnight to cool down, this was what I was left with. Nearly 36 grams of hopefully decent CZA catalyst that at least looked like it had been roasted nice and evenly, and overall, I was very happy with how it had turned out. At this point, though, there was of course one last thing that I still had to do, which was to convert it to the 5% potassium CZA, and again, this was thankfully super easy and straightforward. This was mostly because after learning from the last one, I already knew exactly how to do it, and I started by testing how much water the powder could absorb. Then after that, I quickly put together the coating solution, except this time I just used pure water and not a solution of water and ethanol, and I used potassium nitrate instead of sodium carbonate. I also used 4.48 grams of the potassium nitrate so that the loading would be exactly 5%, and once I had added all of the solution to the catalyst, I dried it in my vacuum oven. Then, a few days later, I took it out, and what I had now was about 35 grams of super nice and dry powder that should have been my. I had added all of the solution to the catalyst, I dried it in my vacuum oven. Then, a few days later, I took it out, and what I had now was about 35 grams of super nice and dry powder that should have been my final 5% potassium CZA, and at this point, I was feeling pretty good about how everything was going. At the same time, I also couldn't believe just how much easier and faster this one had been, especially considering that from start to finish, including the screw-up, it had barely been a week. But moving on, with both of the catalysts now finally done, the only thing left to do was to mix them together and to load them into the reactor. So that was immediately what I started working on next, and the first thing that I did was use some sieves and a hydraulic press to get them to a very specific and uniform grain size of 20 to 40 mesh. Then after that, I quickly added 25 grams of the CZA, followed by all of the iron catalyst that I had made, to a glass jar. At the bottom, there was also already a small amount of inert quartz sand that I'd added beforehand, and this was because according to the paper, including some sand was supposed to make the final catalyst slightly more efficient. But with that being said, once everything was loaded in, I shook it around to mix it up as much as possible, and when I eventually felt that it was looking good, I went over to the main setup and I got the reactor. Then, after bringing it over to my vise and clamping it in upside down, what I did next was carefully add all of my newly mixed catalyst. I also tapped it a bunch of times with a hammer to help pack it down as much as possible, and after topping it off with a bit more quartz sand, I added some special goo to the threads along with a puff of quartz wool, and I sealed it with an end cap. At this point, the reactor was effectively ready, so I quickly tested it by passing some high pressure CO2 through it, and once I saw that it looked good,
Okay.
I blasted it with a heat gun to cure the sealant. Then after that, I reattached it to the main setup by reconnecting the compression fittings and by clamping the reactor to the stand. While I was at it, I also rewrapped it with the custom heating jacket that I had ordered from Alibaba, which would allow me to precisely heat the tube all the way up to 600C. And with all of this in place, I was feeling pretty excited. This was because after nearly 2 years of tedious work, the full setup with the catalyst was finally done. Tedious work, the full setup with the catalyst was finally done, and at least in theory, I was now very close to achieving my dream of air alcohol. At the same time, though, I was feeling a bit nervous because I still had no idea if any of this would actually work, and it was very possible that it would all just end up being a bunch of useless junk. Or worse, it could end up catastrophically exploding or something, but I figured there was only going to be one way to find out, and I was going to have to actually try running it. So that's what I immediately started working on next, where the first step was to load up the system with all of the air water and air CO2 that I'd collected years ago. And at least for the water, this was going to be extremely simple, and I basically just had to pour it all into my hydrogen generator. For the CO2, though, it was going to be a bit more complicated because it was all still trapped in this crunchy sodium carbonate, and to use it, I was first going to have to release it, and then I was going to have to somehow recapture it, and then I was going to have to store it as a pure high-pressure gas. However, I felt that I had a relatively simple way of doing this, and I just went ahead and got started with it by transferring about half of it to a huge round-bottom flask, followed by a whole bunch of distilled water. Then after that, I quickly put together this somewhat complicated-looking setup with this huge funnel over here that was filled with a bunch of acid, and when I opened the valve, it all started flowing into the flask. This then immediately caused there to be a bunch of bubbling, and this was because it was reacting with the sodium carbonate solution and releasing some of the CO2 that I had trapped years ago. As it was made, all of this CO2 was also leaving the flask, and it was getting dried as it passed through the condenser and through the calcium chloride. The key here, though, was that pure and dry CO2 was then eventually making it to this chamber here, and after running the system through the calcium chloride and releasing some of the CO2 that I had trapped years ago. As it was made, all of this CO2 was also leaving the flask, and it was getting dried as it passed through the condenser and through the calcium chloride. The key here, though, was that pure and dry CO2 was then eventually making it to this chamber here, and after running the system for a few minutes, I added a whole bunch of my own homemade liquid nitrogen. This caused the chamber to quickly cool down to the point that it could start freezing the CO2 gas on the walls of it, and the idea here was to trap it in its pure solid form, which is commonly referred to as dry ice. At this point, I also didn't have to do very much besides occasionally adding more acid to the funnel and more liquid nitrogen to the bowl, and patiently waiting for all of the sodium carbonate to disappear. So in the meantime, I went and got my pressure chamber from the main setup that was originally built for my aerogel project years ago, and I clamped it upside down in my vise. While I was at it, I also added a funnel and a camera, as well as an argon line, and after that, I just went back to waiting for it all to react. It was then a few hours later when all of the sodium carbonate was finally gone, and what I did next was pull the chamber out of the liquid nitrogen. I then opened it up and I quickly started breaking apart all of the dry ice, which was honestly a surprising amount. And when it eventually looked like it was just a bunch of snow, I felt that it was good to go. So I went over to the pressure chamber, and after flushing it with a bunch of argon, I started loading it in as fast as I could because I wanted to lose as little dry ice as possible. Then, about 30 seconds later, when it was all in the chamber, I quickly sealed it by adding a small plug, and after that, I immediately looked over at the pressure gauge, which was now starting to rise. And when it eventually got above 100 psi, all of the dry ice suddenly started to melt because at this pressure and at room temperature, it instead wanted to exist as a liquid, and I thought it was really satisfying to see it all slowly liquefy. With all of that done, though, I now had a chamber that was filled with about 250 grams of CO2, which should have been more than enough, and I reattached the whole thing back to the main setup. With it securely in place, the full system was then fully ready to go, and at least theoretically, there was very little stopping me from just going ahead and running it. I mean, besides the fact that it was already 3 a.m. and I was absolutely exhausted because this entire CO2 part had taken way longer than I had ever expected. When I came back to it the next morning, though, I pretty much immediately got started by first opening up the CO2 chamber and by adjusting the pressure regulator, and as I did this, CO2 started flowing out the back of it. By first opening up the CO2 chamber and by adjusting the pressure regulator, and as I did this, CO2 started flowing out the back of it. It was then getting pushed up the copper tube and through this much bigger tube, which was removing any potential contaminants like moisture, oxygen, and hydrocarbons, and once it got to the end of it, it was supposed to be extremely pure. But with that being said, with the CO2 now up to this part here, I quickly opened this needle valve as well as this bleed valve, and I let the CO2 flow through this part of the system until I was sure that I had pushed out all of the air. Then after that, I moved on to flushing the air out of the rest of the system, which was relatively easy, and all I had to do was use these 4 valves here and to alternate them back and forth. This was because each of them was equipped with a vacuum line as well as an argon line, and by repeatedly going between vacuum and argon on each section, I was able to completely flush out the air and replace it with a slight pressure of inert argon. With the system fully air-free, I was then able to safely flip on my hydrogen generator, which almost immediately started electrolyzing the air water and splitting it into hydrogen and oxygen. However, all of the oxygen was just being thrown away, and only the hydrogen was being kept, and when the pressure of the hydrogen eventually got up to 1 megapascal, or 145 psi, I opened this special valve on the reactor side of the setup. This allowed pure hydrogen gas to start traveling down a tiny tube hidden in the back and through the reactor, and I adjusted the flow rate by opening this valve here and by carefully turning a knob on the hydrogen generator. Then, when I eventually got the reading on the generator to 300 mils a minute, which was the max amount of hydrogen that the machine could safely make, I turned on the heating jacket. I also started cranking up the temperature, and this was because what I had to do now was activate the catalyst and to turn it into a form that would be able to make ethanol. So that was exactly what I did, and when the temperature eventually got to around 330 C, I noticed that some small drops of water were starting to fall into the flask. Then, by the time that it made it to 400C, I saw that a little puddle had formed, which I thought was good, and I felt that this was strong evidence that the catalyst was actually getting activated. This was because water was a direct product of the activation, and it was forming as the hydrogen reacted with the catalyst. More specifically, it was reacting with the oxygen in the catalyst, and in the case of the potassium CZA, it was supposed to be attacking the copper oxide and reducing it to copper metal. This metal was then supposed to just sit there, all bundled up with the zinc oxide and aluminum oxide, which weren't going to be affected by the hydrogen. In the case of the sodium iron at carbon, though, the hydrogen should have been reacting with all of the iron oxide and reducing it towards metallic iron. And I say towards because this iron metal would never really exist, and it was supposed to be almost instantly picked up by the carbon that was surrounding it and turning into iron carbide. Both of these together would then make the so-called activated form of the catalyst, and at least in theory, they were supposed to be able to work together to make ethanol. But anyway, after cooking it for 2 hours, it should have been fully activated, and what I did next was close the hydrogen valve, and I replaced it with a very slow flow of argon. Then right after that, I started lowering the temperature of the heating jacket, and my goal was to eventually get the reactor down to 320C, which was the optimal temperature for the ethanol reaction. However, I knew that this was going to take a bit of time, so while I was waiting, I decided to go over to the other end of the setup and to start preparing the hydrogen and CO2 gas mixture. This was also, thankfully, going to be relatively easy, and the first thing that I did was just open this valve here, which caused hydrogen to rush in and to spike the pressure in this section to 145 psi. I then used the regulator to knock it down to the same pressure as the CO2, and with the bleed valve open, I used this needle valve to increase the flow of hydrogen, and again, I adjusted it until I got 300 mils a minute. At the same time, I also looked at the ball in the flow meter to make sure the pressure in this section to 145 gas mixture. So while I was waiting, I decided to go over to the other end of the setup and to start preparing the hydrogen and CO2 gas mixture. This was also, thankfully, going to be relatively easy, and the first thing that I did was just open this valve here, which caused hydrogen to rush in and to spike the pressure in this section to 145 psi. I then used the regulator to knock it down to the same pressure as the CO2, and with the bleed valve open, I used this needle valve to increase the flow of hydrogen, and again, I adjusted it until I got 300 mils a minute. At the same time, I also looked at the needle valve to increase the flow of hydrogen, and again, I adjusted it until I got 300 mils a minute. At the same time, I also looked at the ball in the flow meter to make sure that it was indicating the same flow rate, and when I confirmed that it was, I opened up the CO2 valve. This caused the CO2 to rush in and to mix with the hydrogen gas, and what I did next was try to adjust the flow of CO2 until the ball got to just above the 45 marking. Because at that point, the flow of the CO2 would be about 100 mils a minute, which would be 1/3 that of hydrogen, and according to the paper, that was the ideal ratio. But either way, when it eventually got there, my low pressure gas mixture should have been good to go, so I closed the bleed valve and I opened the valve below it. This then allowed it to flow into the next part here that was filled with some silica beads, except in hindsight, I honestly think it was kind of pointless, and what was much more important was that it eventually made it to this section here, and that it started filling the small gas cylinder valve, and gas mixture should have been good to go, so I closed the bleed valve and I opened the valve below it.
What's a human being? Gotta be like. What's a way to just be competent? These sweet instincts ruin my life. Just watch me move and fall away. No, fall away, fall away, fall away, fall away. Me move and fall away. Me move and fall away, fall away, fall away. No, nobody even knows my name and knows my name, and no one suspects that I'm not fine, and nobody outs behavioral Frankenstein. Just look at Victor in LA and sit with the Y at U of A, and all the majors at the labels rebooting soon as I am able. Every other day, I'm wondering what's a human being gotta be like. What's a way to just be competent? These sweet instincts ruin my life. Every other day I'm wondering, was it a mistake to try and define what I'm certain's mad incompetence? These sweet instincts ruin my life.
When it eventually got there, my low pressure gas mixture should have been good to go, so I closed the bleed valve and I opened the valve below it. This then allowed it to flow into the next part here that was filled with some silica beads, except in hindsight, I honestly think it was kind of pointless, And what was much more important was that it eventually made it to this section here, and that it started filling the small gas cylinder. This was because now I was actually starting to collect my gas mixture, and I was making a very important little buffer that the gas booster could pull from. And when it eventually got to around 80 psi, I opened this valve. This then allowed the gas to rush into the booster, and at first, nothing happened until I started turning the valve on the left, which caused the whole thing to come to life. And by that, I mean that it immediately started compressing my gas mixture, and with every cycle of the system, the pressure of it slowly increased. I should also say that this entire thing didn't need any electricity to do this, and it was working entirely on compressed air that was being fed in through the blue tube. But with that being said, when I eventually saw that it had been boosted all the way up to 800 psi, I opened this valve here to release this new high pressure gas mixture into the next part. Then, after waiting a couple minutes for the pressure in the system to stabilize, I immediately started adjusting this regulator. I also did my best to set it so that the gas coming out would get knocked down to about 725 psi, and once I had done that, I was feeling pretty excited because now my high pressure mixture of hydrogen and CO2 was officially ready to go. So, what I did next was check out the temperature of my reactor, and when I saw that it was already sitting nicely at around 320 C, all of my excitement almost immediately shifted to nervousness. This was because at this point, everything was good to go, and finally, after way too much effort, it was time to see if it would all actually work to make ethanol, and apparently all I had to do was open this valve.
Okay. Good luck me, I guess.
So that was exactly what I did, and this almost immediately caused the high pressure gas to rush into this last section and into the reactor. And when I looked at the pressure gauge, I was happy to see that it was increasing. I was also very happy to see that so far nothing had exploded and that there weren't any jets of fire shooting out. And with it seemingly safe, I carefully adjusted the flow rate a bit using this valve here. Then after that, I felt that for the most part, everything was looking pretty good, and now, at least in theory, as the hydrogen and CO2 passed over the hot catalyst, it should have been turning into some amazing ethanol. How this was hopefully happening was also apparently quite complicated, and the paper actually suggested 4 different pathways that were probably occurring all at the same time. However, the main idea behind all of them was kind of similar, and they all started with hydrogen and CO2 getting picked up by the potassium CZA. And while they were there, on the surface of the catalyst, they would react together, which would turn the relatively inert CO2 into something that was much more reactive, like carbon monoxide or formate. These intermediates would then be able to diffuse away, but they wouldn't make it far, and they would almost immediately come into contact with the iron based catalyst. This would then use some more hydrogen to turn the carbon monoxide into a small hydrocarbon fragment, and after that, it would link this fragment to one of the reactive intermediates that was just made by the potassium CZA. This would lead to the formation of a new aldehyde intermediate, which would then quickly react with
Y.
Score!
C. O.
It's that was with the iron-based catalyst. This would then use some more hydrogen to turn the carbon monoxide into a small hydrocarbon fragment, and after that, it would link this fragment to one of the reactive intermediates that was just made by the potassium CZA. This would lead to the formation of a new aldehyde intermediate, which would then quickly react with even more hydrogen to produce the final ethanol. And all of this was, of course, happening at 320 C, so any ethanol that was made would be in its gas form, which would then get pushed out of the reactor and into the cold condenser, where it would hopefully liquefy before dripping into the flask. Also, one thing that I should mention is that this reaction isn't super efficient, and only about 35% of the CO2 that reacts is supposed to turn into ethanol, and a lot of it would be turning into other hydrocarbon side products. On top of that, a lot of unreacted hydrogen, CO2, and carbon monoxide would for sure be coming out the end of the system, which was why it was very important to feed everything through this tube in the back and into my fume hood. But with all that said, by now, the system had been running for at least several minutes, and at this point, I was starting to feel pretty good about how things were going. I mean, that wasn't until I realized that the reactor was failing to achieve the proper pressure of 725 psi, and that I wasn't going to be able to do anything about this. This was because there was apparently something wrong with the needle valve that was making it impossible to reduce the gas flow any more than what it was, and this meant that it was going to have to stay at around 600 psi, which wasn't exactly ideal for this reaction. However, as far as I knew, it still should have been able to make ethanol, and it would just be a little less efficient, and I figured that my only real option was to just keep going with it and to hope for the best.
Gotta give it a chance.
So that's what I did, and at some point, I decided to freeze the receiving flask with a bunch of liquid nitrogen just to be absolutely sure that I captured everything that came over. This also caused the entire flask to slowly turn white, which confirmed that I was for sure collecting something, and I was really hoping that this was mostly my amazing ethanol. But anyway, as it sat there, I slowly got more and more excited as I saw it gradually build up, and after patiently waiting about an hour, I had collected what looked like a decent amount. So I just decided to shut it down, especially because it was already 4 a.m. and I was absolutely exhausted. And I did this by closing the main gas valve and by switching it over to a flow of argon. Then, after that, I took away the liquid nitrogen and I started warming it up with a heat gun. And as I was doing this, I was just hoping that it would all magically melt and form a huge pool of ethanol. However, almost immediately, I started getting really concerned when I saw that a lot of it was just vanishing, which meant that unfortunately, most of it was probably just unreacted CO2. Then, as I kept heating it, my concern only got worse and worse as it continued disappearing, and what was really sad was that by the time pretty much all of it had melted, there was basically nothing left. I mean, there was definitely a small puddle there, but it looked like it was at most maybe a few milliliters, and I was pretty sure that this was all just the water that was left over from the catalyst activation. This was also very bad, to say the least, because this basically meant that the catalyst had not worked properly, or more likely, even at all, and at this point, I was not exactly having good and positive thoughts about things.
Yeah, so that's it. It's a total failure. I have officially given up all hope, and I believe the catalyst is crap. So yeah, I officially give up.
But that all quickly changed when I came back to it only several minutes later, and I noticed that there was somehow way more liquid, and that there were drops continually coming over, and I had no idea why this was happening.
That makes no sense. There's now a steady drip rate under argon. I'm struggling to understand what's happening. What? What is that that's coming over?
At the same time, I also started thinking that some of this could be my ethanol, and that somehow it had just gotten trapped in the reactor or something, and I actually started to get some hope that it wasn't just a complete failure. So, what I did next was quickly take the flask off the setup, and after swirling it around to mix it all up, I transferred a small amount of it to a glass tube. I then carefully loaded this tube into my little NMR, and after patiently waiting a couple of minutes, this was what it eventually showed me. And at first, I was kind of sad because right away I saw this massive peak here, which told me that it was basically just water. However, when I looked a bit closer, I noticed that there were some small peaks down here, and after stretching it out a lot and labeling them, I was actually pretty happy with what I saw.
That is actually pretty exciting. Wow.
Because what I saw was that without a doubt there was some ethanol in there, which meant that the catalyst had in fact worked to some degree.
It worked?
This also meant that at least technically, I had succeeded at turning air into alcohol, and at this moment, I was feeling pretty excited.
It made a detectable amount of ethanol. It's working. Maybe. It's maybe working.
At the same time, though, it was hard to feel too excited or celebrate it because what I had made was still nearly pure water with an almost undetectable amount of alcohol in it. And what also really didn't help was that, unfortunately, I wasn't even sure what had gone wrong. But after thinking about it for a while, and after doing a bunch of research, I was eventually pretty sure that the main issue was that I had just completely failed to properly activate the catalyst. On top of that, I had only run it at 600 psi instead of the ideal 725, which just made everything even worse by making a barely functional catalyst even less efficient. On the bright side, though, the fix for all of this seemed relatively simple, and for the most part, I figured that all I had to do was replace my little hydrogen generator with one that could output a lot more hydrogen. So that was exactly what I ended up doing, and while I was at it, I decided to do a few more fixes and upgrades, like swapping out the valve at the end for one that would actually seal, and changing out the flow meter and the bubbler for ones that could handle much more gas. I also spent a few days collecting a lot more water, which would be needed for this huge hydrogen generator, and this time it was way easier because it wasn't winter and there was plenty of humidity and still much more gas. I also spent a few days collecting a lot more water, which would be needed for this huge hydrogen generator, and this time it was way easier because it wasn't winter and there was plenty of humidity in the air. But either way, with all of that done, the new setup was basically ready to go, and I was feeling pretty hopeful that this time it would actually work. So I basically just cleared my schedule and I jumped right into it by first generating some more CO2 with the last bit of sodium carbonate that I had, and by transferring it all to my aerogel chamber. I then reconnected it back to the system, and after flushing the air out of the entire thing, I turned on my brand new hydrogen generator. Then, after that, the first thing that I did was reactivate the catalyst, which, as I mentioned before, likely didn't get fully activated the first time, and I felt this was mostly because of the really low flow of hydrogen. What also made this problem even worse was that for some reason, I had only run the activation for 2 hours when it should have been done for closer to 8, and overall, I think I had just completely screwed up. But with all that being said, I then waited for the catalyst to hopefully activate.
USCUIS. USCUIS. USCUIS.
And overall, I think I had just completely screwed up. But with all that being said, I then waited for the catalyst to hopefully activate, and over the next several hours, I ended up collecting way more water than I did before, which I felt was a really good sign. And when it eventually got to the 8 hour mark, the catalyst should have been good to go, so I dropped the temperature to 320°C, and I quickly prepared the gas mixture. Then, when I felt that I was ready, I unleashed it, And I was very happy to see that with my new valve and with the significantly bigger hydrogen generator, I was easily able to keep the pressure at around 725 psi. I was also very happy to see that this time there was a lot more gas passing through the bubbler, because this meant that more gas was passing over the catalyst, which in turn meant that it could be making ethanol more quickly. At the same time, though, I still had no idea if it was actually working, and even after letting it run for an entire hour, I had no idea if I'd even produced anything at all. So I decided that I had to check on it by getting rid of the liquid nitrogen and by letting all of the frozen stuff melt, and at first, it was looking really promising. However, as it slowly disappeared, it eventually became clear that things were in fact not looking promising, and once it had all melted, I was honestly kind of devastated. This was because all that was left was barely a milliliter of liquid, and apparently, even with all of the extra hydrogen and with the more activated catalyst, it was somehow even worse than my first attempt. But despite that, for some reason, I still had faith that the catalyst would eventually work. I also really just felt that it needed some more time to get going, so I decided to put the liquid nitrogen back and to let it run for another hour. Then, when I started thawing it out again, I was really hoping to see that some sort of miracle had happened and that the catalyst had just magically worked this time, and well, that was kind of exactly what I saw. More specifically, unlike before, there was a whole bunch of stuff in the middle that didn't just look like it was dry ice, and most importantly, as I kept warming it up, it didn't seem like it was just vanishing. In fact, it was eventually clear that it was starting to melt, which told me that for sure it wasn't just dry ice. What was also really exciting was that, unlike last time, it kind of looked oily, or at least it didn't look like it was pure water, and when it all eventually melted, I actually had a surprising amount. Then, when I started pulling it all out with a pipette, I genuinely couldn't believe just how much liquid there was, especially considering that the previous hour had basically produced nothing. On top of that, what I thought was really interesting was that when I smelled it, it was very different than all of the other times, and it was not at all what I was expecting.
Huh. Smells like banana or something. It smells fruity.
But either way, after this little bit of surprise success, I decided that I might as well just keep running the system and to use up the last bit of CO2 that I had. So